the Marathon logo, and also Marathon itself tweeted out some stuff. We'll take a look in just a moment. All right, play Act 3, we insist. We launched the third and last act of the episode Heresy 2 days ago, so this is just a reminder. We ended Act 2 with Eris capturing the Echo of Navigation in her High Heresy, isolating this.
Let's see what we've got for each other.
Underway. Let's check. You must have messages. Check. Done. Guardian. Sign, please.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better than not.
To work. Welcome, my friend. I do not wish the frustration of these vile phantoms on anybody. No time to rest now. Watch where you step on the path. Vanguard has guided guardians through the forest. What is happening in the face of the black? Do not worry, Zavala. Your trust will not go unrewarded. Ariana Kapoor's forest, and the leader of our band. And this
Checking right now. How can I help? Hi again, Guardian. Let's check. You must have messages.
Sure. Rhythmic physical expressions won't win a fight, but they feel good. And feeling good is better than not.
All done. Ready? Please, Guardian. It's busy. Sign here. Guardian?
Everburst trades includes refuel enhance the Guardian's journey.
Let's check. You must have messages.
Everburst trades includes refuel enhance the Guardian's journey.
Hi again. Oh, let me check right away.
Everburst trades includes refuel enhance the Guardian's journey.
Please, Guardian. It's busy.
Everburst trades includes refuel enhance the Guardian's journey.
Anything for you?
I hear the thrumming of her war march. Zivu-Arath is near.
response to the Hive's spawn. Remove the infection and destroy its caretaker. Dreadnought's vile machinations have been quelled. For now, you may proceed and extract what knowledge you can from this place.
and girls, here's a sweet intro. This is going to be a video talking about the secret 4th exotic catalyst for Barodaya, the Can get today with Act 3 launching. The Intrinsic and the third Catalyst was available at the slab initially on release, but the fourth one is actually a secret, which gives you target lock. So the secret is tied to the new area in the Hull Breach in the Dreadnought for the Nether, which is RNG to get to, unfortunately, but it is what it is. The first half, people seem to have figured out, but the last portion is getting worthy to go through the last terminal, which would take you to a portal, which would then give you the Catalyst, and people are confused why they are not worthy. So let me break down the entire quest and the entire secret. First, you need to get the Hull Breach on the Dreadnought in the Nether, which is unfortunately RNG. So I would recommend just either going in solo and getting lucky, or maybe split up with your fire team, and you each go into an instance in Explore, and I hope one of you gets it, then you just join on them. It doesn't matter that someone else is in a different instance, they can just join up and do the quest all the same. Once you do get into the Hull Breach, what you need to do is find the Cabal flag that is in the arena. I'll show it on screen here so you know what it looks like. And then you need to make sure that Toland is on this flag as well. Now, he might not initially be on it. He might just be in the surrounding area, and then you just need to interact with Toland and push him to that flag. Once you do, you go over to the flag. It's green or teal, blue, whatever. You see what I'm talking about on screen. And you just simply interact with Toland. This will then spawn a Taken Cabal right next to you. When you kill the Taken Cabal, you will then get a Legion key on the bottom left of your screen. Once you get this, you go into the secret terminal section that had a Cabal barrier on it previously. As you'll be seeing it on screen, once we go into this section and you open a chest, it'll give you a Coalescence of the Knife. This is the key to the whole thing. A lot of people don't know this, but there are other knives within this act, or rather within this episode, that you could get previously. For example, and this is probably the main one that 99.9% of people are going to be missing, there is a knife to get in the Founts. I'll be showing it on screen here. Now, normally, these coalescences can be just gotten from completing normal secrets or doing parts of the story and yada yada, but this one specifically is so obscure because it has multiple layers of nonsense to it. First, you need to be on Nether Explorer specifically. You can't be on regular Nether. Then, you need to be in the Founts specifically, so that's RNG based already. Finally, when you're in the Founts, you have to hope that this is one of the secrets that you see, because each area is predetermined to have a set amount of secrets, and it could be there or it could not be there. Now, what are you supposed to look for specifically? As you're standing in the center of the Founts, you would notice that there's two statues to your left and right. This is where you normally do the public event where you just dunk relics into the statues. Now, don't mind that, but look behind one of the statues and you'll see three little symbols on the wall. Now, some of you might already know this, but this is towards a different secret in the Founts where you would look directly at the walls in front of you based on those symbols, and you have to shoot the upside-down version of that symbol on the wall to get a chest. Now, this is not what will lead you to the Coalescence, but it is the area which will. So in the exact same area where you'll be shooting those symbols, instead, look at the columns, or the beams, whatever you want to call them, and there'll be a regular Hive symbol on one of them. This is a symbol that you would see in, like, Ghost of the Deep, for example. And you would then shoot that symbol on the column, and once you do, the door right next to you would open. And when it does, it will lead you down a tunnel. Eventually, you would go down there, and you would find a circular blight. Shoot that blight, destroy it, and a chest will spawn. When you open that chest, you will get Coalescence of the Knife. This is the main thing that most of you are going to be missing to get this last catalyst done. Now, I do want to state that I'm almost certain there's other Coalescences you could have gotten between Act 1 and 2 in each area, where you could have, like, killed a secret ogre in the trenchway by Oryx's doorway, that's in Destiny 1, or kill a secret knight in this area, blah, blah, blah. But all of those have been very easy to come by, and you can accidentally walk into it and get it. So I've already had every triumph done and every secret done. I can't physically check what I got what from. So if you remember getting a Coalescence from a certain objective or a certain secret enemy, please put it in the comments so I can pin it so we can, I guess, crowdsource this together. But I did want to make a video on this specifically for this Coalescence of the Knife, because it's almost a certainty that this is what everyone is missing. And again, I want to reiterate, this had nothing to do with max rank, because Scarrow was max rank and he was not worthy. This had nothing to do with getting every single worm, because literally part of the fourth catalyst is unlocking the final worms, and I did not have mine done when I got the initial quest for the catalyst, so it's not worms. It's not hitting all the previous worthy terminals, because there's one in the trenchway that's literally not active yet. And also, again, I'm sure Scarrow hit the other ones already, and again, was not worthy to get the chest or the portal in this. Now, for the 3 people remaining still watching this video, after you get the Catalyst quest, the next step is going to be getting the new worms for this act. So don't leave Hull Breach. Instead, if you're with a buddy, give them lead, go to the slab, get the next part of the quest, rejoin, and then pick up the worms. If you've ignored all the worms, you might have to do 10. If you're caught up like me, you'd be at 8 out of 10, and you just have to find the...
I considered returning to Fundament. Learning what became of the God Wave and the Tungsten Monolith, and the continents which were all that remained of my people's primal home. But I know what became of all that. It became of me. I'm the heir of Fundament, the immortal descendant of those 10-year Krill. I ask a question. How can we live in the universe long enough to understand it? And I learned the answer, which is written here in this book. I learned that
deputy commander? Do the Taken yearn for their sovereign? Does the voice of Oryx still resonate within them?
The last two, which are in the new hull breach area. I'll put up footage of where they are on screen here if I haven't already, and then once you get those, the final step will be to just do the new exotic mission for Heresy. Once you complete that, you get target lock, and then you can go to the Enclave and craft it onto your Barodyad, which will make it extremely silly. Stay tuned for that video next. Anyway, hope this helps. Let me know Barodyad, which will make it extremely silly. Stay tuned for that video. Go to the Enclave and craft it onto your Barodyad, which will make it extremely silly. Stay tuned for that video next. Anyway, Catalyst is unlocking the final worms, and I did not have mine done when I got the initial quest for the Catalyst, so it's not worms. It's not hitting all the previous worthy terminals because there's one in the Trenchway that's literally not active yet. And also, again, I'm sure Scarrow hit the other ones already and, again, was not worthy to get the chest or the portal in this. Now, for the 3 people remaining still watching this video, after you get the Catalyst quest, the next step is going to be getting the new worms for this act. So don't leave Hull Breach. Instead, if you're with a buddy, give them lead, go to the slab, get the next part of the quest, rejoin, and then pick up the worms. If you've ignored all the worms, you might have to do 10. If you're caught up like me, you'd be at 8 out of 10, and you just have to find the last 2, which are in the new Hull Breach area. I'll put up footage of where they are on screen here if I haven't already, and then once you get those, the final step will be to just do the new exotic mission for Heresy. Once you complete that, you get target lock, and then you can go to the Enclave and craft it onto your Barodyad, which will make it extremely silly. Stay tuned for that video next. Anyway, hope this helps. Let me know in the comments below if you did get a coalescence or something else, so again, we can just reconfirm with everything. In the meantime, if this helped you or if you enjoyed the video, please consider subscribing today. It does help the channel grow and is much appreciated. If you want to go the extra mile, you can leave a like and or comment below as well. If you don't know what to leave as a comment, you can leave Barodyad as the comment. Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.
What's up guys, Houndish here, and today it's time to jump in for Bungie's weekly blog post. They're supposed to fix a potential softlock, and it actually became a much worse and more consistent softlock. So the Destiny 2 team have updated that. They've said as we continue to investigate an issue where players can encounter, but they say play Act 3, we insist. This week we launched the third and last act of the episode, so just as a reminder.
Wait, what? From Marathon's Twitter page, they actually posted up this video right here. It doesn't have any audio, but it's something. Another week, boys, and another twab. This week in Destiny, we delved too deep, maybe too greedily, and we had to fight a legendary foe shrouded by darkness. It could have been the Guardian's Bane, were it not for our allies' guidance. Oh, you don't know what we're talking about. And we urge you to go play Act 3, but only after you read the light tweet we have for today. So play Act 3, come on. Rushdown Roulette was fun. Iron Banner next date, Bungie Rewards Reminder, and National Stress Awareness Month. We're also going to be going over the marathon stuff. Because yes, we actually have some, I mean, it's cryptic, but obviously something's going on with Marathon because PlayStation is updating their banner with the Marathon logo, and also Marathon itself tweeted out some stuff. We'll take a look in just a moment. All right, play Act 3, we insist. We launched the third and last act of the episode Heresy 2 days ago. So this is just a reminder. We ended Act 2 with Ares capturing the Echo of Navigation in her High Heresy, isolating this remembrance of Oryx from the physical space of the Dreadnought while his sisters were still fighting for control over it. Outstanding move, but pretty sure we made those two quite mad. Nothing bad will come out of that, right? On top of the new narrative developments, Act 3 unlocks a new strike. The reprise Sunless Sail comes with a few twists and turns and many watching eyes. Let us know how Grandmaster difficulty feels on this one, and please share some good strategies and builds so we can get our Conqueror title again. And yes, you can now finally guild it. Act 3 also brings new encounters and spaces to the Nether, new bosses and hazards to the Court of Blades, and there are still many great rewards to earn, like the remaining pieces of Barrow Dyad. The very round exotic SMG can now be 100% completed with One for All and Target Lock as its third and fourth catalyst, as well as its final intrinsic. While the weapon drops upon completion of the derealized exotic mission, its catalysts are unlocked in ways we won't spoil here. The only thing we can tell is that no matter if you choose Resolve or Ambition, both versions of the weapon are very strong with new perks. Let me just say this too, guys. We have a guide on this, but man, dude, the RNG to unlock and complete, especially Target Lock here, is pretty annoying. It's pretty annoying. And some people are even comparing it to almost as bad as like Kavaz stuff. I like the quest, and I like you know, I like going out and discovering secrets and everything, but it's difficult when you can't track which secrets you've uncovered, and it's also difficult when we can't even view which coalescence we have in our inventory. It's a topic for another time, but we do have a guide on it. But I do want to stress there are still people that after watching that guide and other guides are still lost. Hopefully this will be corrected soon. When we wrap Act 3 story, it's time for update 8.2.6. There will be a slight sandbox tuning update to the new heavy metal game mode, and also Rite of the Nine. You may have seen a little data on our product page. Good things come to those who wait. Stay tuned for more details. So I think right now the time frame for Rite of the Nine is May the 6th. Now it was dropped on April the 1st, so we thought it was April Fool's, but it looks like that's actually going to be the date, which will be the first Tuesday of I want to say of May. Yeah. Rushdown Roulette winners. The winners are here. The final week of Guardian Games is wrapped up. We're pleased to share the full score breakdown and announce the official winning team of Rushdown Roulette Challenge. So weekly winners: Warlocks, Kimmer Prime, Brotherhood, Bog and My Dog, naturally. Yeah. Hunters, Sammy Cat, Maddox, and Zerg, and then Titans screaming them. Wow, oh my god, they won. Overall winners though, the same teams. Nice. Yeah, they pretty much won every single week. It came very close. Even though Warlocks didn't grab any victories in the overall Guardian Games, they can proudly call themselves the first place winners in Rushdown Roulette. Congratulations to the Ains Warlock team. Wait, are these the only teams? I thought there was like multiple Warlock teams and multiple Hunter teams and multiple Titan teams. The 3 overall winning teams this time will spin a major prize gift on their channels. Tune in to win some big ticket giveaway items. Our ultimate winning team and Ains Warlock will also each be receiving an All-Star Vector Skimmer Deluxe Skate Deck by Bearwalker. Okay, there were multiple teams. Okay. Oh, they were just gaming. They were gaming. All right. Don't forget your Guardian Games jersey. Titans won and Guardian Games is over. No matter what team you fought for, we're proud of you. And we hope you've had a great time with friends and Rushdown and Supremacy, and that you got the weapon rolls you were after. All right. If you get the jersey, you get it before June the 10th. Hallelujah, failures. Iron Banner is on. We're in the middle of the second Iron Banner week for episode Heresy, and that means you're all busy getting the silver weapon rolls and some pieces of armor in your least used characters. You would do good to get a Warlord Spirit because Trace Rifles and PvP are great right now. Get a nice roll. Put on Harsh Refraction Artifact perk, and then debuff your enemy once. You don't believe us? We'll trust Frostbolt then. Oh, Those of you busy this week or just taking it slowly, save this date. The next Iron Man week will start April the 29th. We have plans for more Iron Man weeks in the future. We'll share more details on when those are coming at a later date. Dude, we're gonna have, like, we're approaching what would be considered the end of the act, man. So, I mean, yeah, I'm curious if right in the nines and these other things are going to carry us. National Stress Awareness Month. April is National Stress Awareness Month, and we're proud to introduce the Mental Health at Bungie Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Association. Mental Health at Bungie was created at Bungie in late 2023 as a hub for Bungie employees to discuss mental health and neurodivergence, share personal stories, and find community. Their mission: provide a safe place for folks to be themselves, unmask, and lead conversations to destigmatize caring for one's mental health. This year, to honor the importance of mental well-being, Mental Health at Bungie is launching the Love is a Mind Saver emblem in support of Guardians Mental Health. This nonprofit began as a small group of dedicated Guardians aiming to make a positive impact on people's mental health and well-being. The organization is committed to delivering evidence-based tools, resources, and strategies, each carefully vetted by mental health professionals on their team. With no financial barriers to many of the organization's initiatives, like mental health kits and the free-to-download mobile app, Guardians Mental Health continues to evolve, providing valuable support to individuals around the world. Now, in honor of National Stress Awareness Month, everyone that makes a $10 donation to Guardians Mental Health through the Bungie Foundation campaign will earn the Love is the Mind Saver emblem for Destiny 2 through April the 30th, 2025. All net proceeds will go to Guardians Mental Health, minus Sotifi and payment processing fees. For those Guardians looking for a Mental Health at Bungie pin, we're excited to share it is in development and launching in 2026. Look at that, man. That's actually a cool emblem. All right, known issues. The Sunless Cell Grandmaster is not available in Fireteam Finder. It's also going away once you do it once on the node. It's gone. You do it one time on the GM node and it's out of there, which I know you're like, that's how they're all supposed to work. It's actually not working that way for the other GMs. Some bosses don't spawn in Court of Blades, leading to a soft lock. Ran into that yesterday. It was happening a lot, primarily with hive bosses. Rocket sidearms can deal self-damage on some occasions. Okay, not supposed to. When speaking to a vendor, you can hear their ambient dialogue. Honest entry sometimes has a chain lightning. It has been an issue for so long. Hear their ambient dialogue. Honest on some occasions. Okay, not supposed to. When speaking to a vendor, you can hear their ambient dialogue. Honest entry sometimes has a chain lightning. It has been an issue for so long. Steps 6 and 9 of the Drowning Labyrinth quests aren't able to be completed by some players. Due to this quest being a fix between character scope and account scope, if you have an alternate character and make progress on the quest, you need to play on that character to get back to the correct research paper level for your main character. Okay? Sometimes in the derealized exotic mission, the Taken Relic can drop below the surface during the risk encounter. When damage is triggered bosses in the Thunder Doctor dungeon, players receive critical damage feedback, but damage is actually regular base damage. Dude, that's still a thing. When tracking Icoria's Drowning Labyrinth quest, completion of certain steps may stop progress on the next steps. Sometimes the Tome of One, a prime request, does not progress after meeting steps 3 and step 4 requirements. Mental Shaders, Honor Berkeley's, okay. Seeking Filaments and Spirit of the Filaments can't grant Devour while Fast Protection is equipped. Interesting. Before we read, we'll read this final note right now. After those two pieces of Warlock propaganda, we are done for the day. Our favorite Divinity and WoW users really needed a bit of an uplifting after Guardian Games. Jokes aside, we love all of our classes equally, no matter what. Let's throw a bone to Hunters by celebrating this very original fashion choice. Yeah, original. Similar thing for Titans. They can look this hot even when cold, although they have questionable morning routines. Everyone share your Bungie IDs with us to get some emblems. So I gotta take a look at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nice, nice. All right, all right. They have questionable morning routines. What is this? Oh my look. Hold on, hold on, hold on. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Who made this? Oh my god. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Listen to the audio in the background.
Rahu, I'm putting serious glimmer into this.
Hot damn it, man. Hot damn it. This is well made. Just need the water.
So looking at it, bro, we gotta do at least 10k glimmer.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
He dropped the 10K. Dude, that's hilarious, man. All right. We hope you're having a great time with Act 3 and you don't mind the light twid. We'll share the news about what's coming when we are ready. In the meantime, rank up, run through the Quarter Blade bosses, and delve into the nether. Don't forget to check our buddy, the Echo. We're going to that just now. Hey, Oryx, what you playing? There's a 2 community team. So what's that? All right. Let's talk Marathon, guys. A couple things have happened today. And honestly, neither one are really that substantial, but something's got to be happening. So from Marathon's Twitter page, they actually posted up this video right here. It doesn't have any audio, but it's something. Anybody know? We don't care. Some of you do care. Some people do actually care about this game. Yes. And look, even my Destiny players, I feel like some of you kind of care. They're going to shadow drop the game next week. I don't know. That would be wild and bold and not really good for marketing, because normally you want like trailers and stuff leading up to it, and Bungie's been pretty silent about everything, you know what I mean? But then if you go to PlayStation's own Twitter page, they upgraded their background. Their banner has been upgraded to the same exact thing that was on Marathon's Twitter page. So they're getting, they're about to start doing something. Something has got to be happening here soon. Bungie's Twitter page is also its header. All right, let's see, man. So on Bungie's Twitter page as well, also. Look at that. All right, dude. You're telling me Marathon puts out whatever the hell that video clip is. Sony's got their background, their banner updated, and now Bungie does too. We got to be getting something soon. We got to be getting something. Maybe what y'all think we're going to get? You think we're going to get a Vidoc? And maybe like a Marathon Vidoc? Because that's kind of like the strategy Bungie has done with Destiny, where we've gotten these big, huge Vidocs. Sometimes they're 30 to 45 minutes long, and they essentially just lay out literally everything. Oh, when is the next state of play from Sony? All right, so I'm being told May is potentially when the next state of play, and who knows, maybe that's when Sony and Bungie shows us something. Wait, what? All right, so on Marathon Bulletin's page, 4 different images were posted across YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. So these are all different images. Every one of these are different. Okay. I thought they were all the same. The header image on Marathon's Steam page was also updated, so that got published on Steam. Again, guys, it's not going to just be on PlayStation. And then right here, Marathon Twitch overlay found. What does that mean? What do we got? Drops? So we're gonna have Twitch drops. If that means we're gonna have Twitch drops, if they're gonna do like a showcase stream of Marathon and we have Twitch drops for it, that makes it all the more real. Okay, right here, highlighting the entire Mida webpage shows this. Interesting. And new file found. Traxxas cave crawler. In order to fully calibrate the power, you need to connect to the device through a terminal. Use the SSH command followed by the device's IP address in order to connect to the device. So from Mossy Max right here, starting the Marathon reveal with a technical PDF of a science tool, including accurate distance calculations. You have my interest, Bungie. Oh. All right. The first comment. I keep forgetting they're making this game. All right, dude. Here's the thing. If they're doing all this stuff, we got to be getting some Marathon news soon. Like real news, not just like hey, we're working on Marathon still. Like we got to be getting at least gameplay, I would assume. And I don't know, I kind of wonder if because for Destiny we had an alpha and a beta, and the alpha and the beta, what was it, 6 months lead up to the launch of the game, and Marathon's supposed to be coming out this year. Do I think Marathon's gonna get dropped this year? Dude, that's what they said. They're saying it's supposed to drop this year. I have no idea when.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
Do I have a Templar checkpoint? We are about to begin damage testing. We've gotten the rank. We've acquired the mod. We've gotten the boost, which is that one right there. I think this can put out. Yeah. We'll be doing a deeper review of Beryl Dyad. Right now, though, we're going to be trying out a bunch of different things. Got One for All, Taking Ambition. Chat, let's go ahead and get our first eggplant bet going right now. Which one will do more damage? Beryl Dyad or Final Warning? By the way, I'm going to be using all boosts. All right. So when I say all boosts, we're going to be using Engraving Unraveling Orbs. Okay. We're going to be using Twisted Horde. which says threadling severed targets, they damage. And then we're also going to be using engraving to shreds. Unraveling projectiles still increase damage, especially to severed targets. All right, so I'm trying to think of what we could do to make sure that procs. So here's the artifact mods we're using: unraveling orbs, horde shuttle, and to shreds. And I'm going to go ahead and activate this right now. Okay, here we go. So we got the boost on. I may commit even further. I may get on this right here. Oh, that's so nice. So hold on. Thread of isolation can self-proc. It's gonna be so fucking hot, man. That's so fucking hot. All right, let's take a look. Here's what I need from my well user. I want the well right here where I'm at. And if I can also launch before you bust the shield, just bring him up here. So they come up here and make sure he's looking this way. That way I can immediately get the sever in. All right, get ready to do it. 3, 2, 1. Chad, let's check this damage. Let's check this damage. 584. What did we get last time? I thought we got a lot more last time. I think we were using surges and stuff, but I mean, I've got unraveling orbs, 2 shreds, and horde shuttle.
People are saying you were using bolt charge last time.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. We were using bolt charge last time. Disregard that. We're going in completely raw. Bolt charge, of course, makes everything look fucking amped. Listen, cross target lock with taken ambition. Pag, I want you to suck my ass. Secondly, we're about to try that in just a second. How do I compare the 2 perks? Unless I can use both of them. 3, 2, 1.
Seems inconsistent.
I'm gonna go change the target lock real quick. Our best number, I think, was what, 584,000. You still didn't proc one for all. Are you sure, guys, or is it overriding? You can only hold so many fucking buffs on your screen. Of course, one for all is gonna fall off. It can't fucking last. All right, try this out. Pop in whatever. Okay. Everyone, I want to hear it. Everyone in here was saying how target lock was going to change the game. What happened? I'm waiting. One for all might actually be better. I wouldn't necessarily say it's bad. It's just like, I mean, one for all is just a bigger buff, and it sustains throughout the entire magazine. It just falls off. One for all is inconsistent though. When you guys say inconsistent, what do you mean? Is it inconsistent because you have to reproc it? Target lock changes the game when you can land your shots. You guys should definitely use target lock. No. Y'all should definitely use, or use what you want and don't have a streamer tell you how to play. Just use what you want, guys. There you go, Krim. Krim, start a movement, brother. Lead the charge, my man. Krim, he speaks truth. Use what you want. Formulate your own opinions. I fucking love it when you guys do what you guys want to use. Like, use what you want to use. Seriously. That makes my life a lot easier for day one race. The more people go in with shittier strategies, the easier my life is. All right, get ready to do it. And 3, 2, 1. All right, best I got. Or I don't think I've heard of that. 502. All right, so one for all is tacking on more damage for us here, guys. And you gotta understand, there's some conflict here for target lock. I was excited about target lock, but damage increases the longer this weapon remains on target. The problem is that when you actually build up panic response, right, and you have those rounds, the process of reloading, you lose the damage buff from target lock. So you're starting from 0 again. And that's some of the conflict that you have with target lock. That's some of the conflict that you have with peacekeepers. Whereas one for all, you just proc it, you got the damage buff, all that jazz. When using target lock, give distance to the ball so the seekers get more damage when they hit. All right, Nameless. We'll see if this makes a difference. I want the well right down here, Diesel. I want it right here. You got Lunafaction on?
Yep.
Turning off auto firing settings literally does nothing. Nothing for increasing our damage. All right, get ready to pop. 3, 2, 1. Nameless is right. Distance is our friend here. Okay. All right. So we're cranking it up. Still hasn't been the 584, but still cranking it up. All right. So explain the full auto setting. Doesn't that just limit your fucking shots? What's the purpose of this? You just do it for the meter to be full? Okay, yeah. I get where you're coming from. I get ready to pop in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see how this plays out. All right, cooking. 677,268. Not bad. Part of me wonders if we could proc one for all on this. Yeah, I'm gonna go change out the exotic catalyst real quick. By the way, pretty sure we got semi banned on TikTok yesterday. Turns out their policy is a lot more strict. I don't know if it's like a language barrier, but I think when we say lick our ass, they legitimately believe we're asking people to lick our ass. You know what I mean? All right, get ready to proc 3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Okay. We're gonna have to give it one more go. You need to get more distance. Nameless, I'm not rocking target lock anymore. I'm doing one for all. Nameless, you go do your damage testing. You tell me what number you're getting to. 777,000 is pretty damn hot. That's pretty damn hot. Let me try one more time. I want to try to break 800. All right, fine. Nameless wants more range. He wants more fucking range. Put it where the relic is. The well needs to go where relic is. And this is better. This better stroke it just right. You hear me? This better be just right. Okay, get ready to do it now. 3, 2, 1. Nameless, this looks like ass. Nameless, can I get any better than this? Can I break 800,000 damage? It's still great damage. It's not target lock. All right, so chat, are we okay to move on to final warning? Are we good to move on to final warning? Let me go get on my hunter. Let me pull out trick sleeves and relearn how the fuck these exotics even work. I know it works with sidearms. I thought I had to be one shot. All right, so increase sidearm airborne effectiveness, ready speed, reload speed. While you're critically wounded, swapping to sidearm reloads it and increases its damage. While this effect is active, sidearm final blows reload the weapon, extends the effect's duration. All right, so the change they made to Mechanier's trick sleeve, if I remember correctly, is that it doesn't immediately drop off now, correct? So I want to say it sustains for a little bit, right, chat? I'm going to put on the same things here. We're going to snag, we're going to do threat of isolation for the self proc. All right, let's need someone to join up, by the way. Get that on. Let me get the boost on it. Oh, I may have to go pick it up. Yep, I got to go pick it up. Give me just a second, guys. Cross, I swore you said you would never do damage testing again. I don't think I've ever said that. No, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to recall. You sure something wasn't taken out of context? I'm going to say it right now. Going into Heresy, this is the last time we're doing damage tests inside of Destiny. This is it, boys. This is it for us.
This is it, boys. This is it for us.
All right, so I got to be one shot. I'll let you know when I'm ready. And again, one of the annoying factors about about trick sleeves is that you have to swap to the sidearm. That's the thing that annoys me. I wish the buff occurred when holding the sidearm in your hand, but instead you have to swap off, swap back on, or if you already have, you already have the other weapon on, and then swap back to the side. God damn it! Please kill me. Okay, popping now. Oh, that was chunky damage, dude. Oh my god.
I think it already won.
Oh my god. I didn't even have the boost on, chats. I didn't even have the boost on. Oh my lord. God. This is about to be the craziest payout in payout history. Dudes, that's crazy. Let's see. I actually think we might be able to get more damage. I didn't have the boost on right there. Watch us get less damage and there's something funky going on with the artifact mods. Lady Sunny with the massive raid right now. Lady Sunny, thank you so much for that. Mods, can we please get some shout outs right now for Lady Sunny? Okay, popping out. Yeah, I'm actually messing up right here. 963,000. Yeah, I think we could break 1 million. Absolutely, lady. Have a good one. I'm sorry one of my mods just banned you for no fucking reason. Now, Dragon, what the fuck was that? I said shout out Lady Sunny, not ban Lady Sunny. I do now.
Oh, and I got negated. This might work.
All right, I'm out of a well. Rip. Oh my lord.
Oh my god.
Chad, I have been using Final Warning off and on, but like I have not really sat down and like merged it with all the different boosts. But dude, this is insane. This is wild. I wouldn't say Barrel Dyad sucks. It's just Final Warning does a load of precision damage. Again, Final Warning. Holding down the trigger marks the target with range and loads multiple bullets, which fires in a burst with increased stability and trigger release. Hitting a marked target with a fully charged burst will unravel them. So it directly just synergizes. Then you have aim. When you aim, projectiles have greatly increased velocity and do extra critical damage to marked targets. So that stacked with, I'm doing Threat of Isolation. I'm stacking it with the boost here, the different various boosts. It puts out, man. I will say Trick Sleeve is a very situational exotic. It's 100% more damage, but it does require you to do some shenanigans. Could you self-damage the trigger to trigger the armor perk? Yeah, I think you can. I think you can. You can rocket sidearm this.
People are saying rocket sidearms no longer do self-damage. I actually saw that on Twitter when Act 3 dropped too.
That's right. They did change that. I guess the only way you can do self-damage is ricochet rounds. You're rocking into the wall. Could, but then if I run up there with full health, we'll be fine. This is better than Foe Tracer. However, Foe Tracer is better for sustainability. But we're trying to get the chunkiest amount of damage. Take my health back up. All right, get ready to pop the well in just a second. 3, 2, 1.
There it is.
Yeah, I'm picking this up. Hold on, I'm picking my burst up. Chat, is it 2 bursts per pool? You press your trigger twice. You come at the end of the 5 shots, press it again to get to the 10, and then reproc it at the 10, right? 1,036,000. Or single fire after a single burst. I've noticed the damage falls off though. Maybe that's just Trick Sleeve's fault. All right, let's try one more time. All right, 3, 2, 1. God damn it, dude. All right, well, just go ahead and die. Chat, what mods? Somebody go check right now. What was in fact our biggest number? I just want to make sure before we move on. 1.11. Okay. All right, let's try this out with Foe Tracer. This is going to be a more reasonable number here, guys, as Trick Sleeves is really amping things up. You ready to do it? 3, 2, 1.
Guardian Power.
No, I think I messed this up. Yeah, I messed this up. That's it. That was just a trash ad. Foe Tracer, you got to hit a thicker boy. I might do like a threadling chat. I think I may do like a threadling so I can I just throw something in there and to be done with it. Looks like it did self proc though. Foe Tracer did self proc somehow. Chat, did it proc from like unraveling or something? Oh, the threaded spike bounced to the balls. Oh, did it? Is that what? Oh, okay. All right, get ready to go in 3, 2, 1. $840,000. All right, so a little more in line with what we were getting with Barrel Dyad and Peace. You know what I mean? It's just Trick Sleeves that really amps it up, but still better. You should try 2 Cascade Point SMGs with PKs, the second coming of Christ. I don't think I have 2 Cascade Points. All right, I actually do have a Cascade Point SMG. I will try Cascade Point SMG. All right, get ready to do this. 3, 2, 1. out my pay out my believers for final warning. Final warning, just one. Pay it out, and we'll try Lucky Pants in just a moment. 847,000. All right, about the same, right? A little more damage. Mods, you want to pay out the final warning, folks? I want to see this large payout right now. Oh my God, Wyatt just walked away with 1.2 million eggplants. Holy shit, that's crazy, brother. Crazy. I don't think anyone has ever gotten that large. Wyatt, I actually think you have got, that's the biggest payout ever. I'm gonna go get on my Titan real quick. I'll be right back, and I'm gonna test this whole Cascade Point thing. And then, chat, I want us to take an eggplant bet. Will Lucky Pants beat final warning damage? All right, chat, I'm gonna be using Cascade Point. Neither one of these rolls are like crazy, but the point of this is just I don't know. Someone says my life is gonna change with double Cascade Point rolls. I hope it does. 3, 2, 1. Okay, this is not nearly as life-changing as some of you led me to believe. I was ready for my life to be changed. It's not happening. Nice. Nice. Thank you so much, guys. Thank y'all so much. All right, I'm gonna do Lucky Pants real quick. Do we have what was the split on the bet on that, on the Lucky Pants?
55 said yes to Lucky Pants beating final warning.
Wow. Damn, so many people about to lose eggplants again. All right. We go again, then. We go again. We'll break out malfeasance first. Oh, don't even. We're not even gonna try 140 round per minute hand cannons. It needs to be a 180. It needs to be rapid fire. The more rapid fire, the better. All right, 3, 2, 1. Please don't detain me. Okay. Damn, that's surprising. I'm actually very surprised right now. I was expecting more here from Lucky Pants, and man, that just tells you, 1, Barrel Dyad is very strong. 2, final warning is nuts. Yeah, Lucky Pants has been nerfed though. It has been nerfed multiple times, or at least one really good time. All right, let me I'll break out Warden's Law right now. All right, 3, 2, 1. Here we go, baby. Here we go, baby. Here we go. It's the damage. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Dang, man. Lucky Pants is really falling off, guys. It's really falling off. Again, it's still a primary weapon, but wow. I don't have a good unloved hand cannon. I have a frenzy roll. Here, I can break out my frenzy roll. This is our last hand cannon we're going to test, guys. I don't want to be here all day. The problem with this roll right here, guys, is I don't have any mag boosting perks. You know, I got rapid fire. This is it. This is it. But we try it. I can even put the boost on. I get ready to pop in 3, 2, 1. Please break it. Please break it. Please break it. Please break it. Yeah. No, it's not gonna. We tried it again, Chad. I don't have the God roll here for unlove. That's just reality. Lacrosse, the bet was Lucky Pants, not one weapon. So do the best Lucky Pants rotations. I already have. Warden's Law is it. Warden's Law is it. Maybe the God roll unloved. Malfeasance is up there as well. But if you think it's gonna somehow clear another 500,000 damage, it ain't happening, fellas. It ain't gonna happen. Yesterday's question ain't gonna do it either. You're smoking the copium. You've lost 2 bets in a row, and no one is to blame other than yourselves. You came in here with uneducated decisions guiding thy eggplants, not me. It is not I that has f***ed you. It is yourselves. You f***ed you. This guy's scamming us by not using Ariana's vow. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, we could just refund this bet. I think we should just refund the bet. I think that'll make things a lot better. Let's just refund. Oh, no. Someone with the twos talking shit. I think we should refund. You've opened my eyes. Twos, you've opened my eyes. What a troll. Just know, when you have a number next to your name, your eggplants are mine. We could do whatever the fuck we want to do. We could pay it out. We could accidentally pay out the wrong people. Look at the new area ornament for Arianas. If Arianas breaks 800,000 eggplants, I will buy the new ornament. All right, get ready to do it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yes, yes. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. No ornament. Didn't break 800K. Didn't break 800K. You're supposed to shoot 3 Warden's Law bursts, then you swap to Arianas. All right. I will now do what you want me to do. I will shoot 3 bursts of Warden's Law, swap to Arianas. That is going to make all the difference. Let us see it. All right, 3, 2, 1. Best I can do, fellas. Best I can do. I can't cook any more than that. Not with this loadout. Best I could do. 934,942. All right. Keep in mind, that's a special weapon. Right? That's a special weapon. In the meantime, I shall now buy the new Arianas Vow. It did, in fact, break 800,000. Chad, that's about it. I think the main takeaway is that, you know, Barrel Dyad is a good SMG, and, you know, it's not beating Final Warning, but honestly, I think it's comparable. And it also exceeds even Lucky Pants out there, which is extremely impressive. I don't want you to walk away from like this damage test, because we're going to be reviewing Barrel Dyad more deeply here in the next few days. So I don't want you to walk away from the damage test though going, wow, dude, Final Warning is doing so much more damage, therefore Barrel Dyad is bad. And that's not the case. It's pretty solid.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
I am war, and my throne is deathless. Come, cut the outer curtain of my fortress, and it will open its new eyes.
What is up, guys? It's your boy Rick Kakis, and today we've got some brand spanking new Destiny 2 news, courtesy of the Bungie weekly update that has just gone live, revealing official information. And so, let's get started. Now, first things first, what happened this week for Destiny 2? Well, on the Tuesday weekly reset, it was a pretty big day. It was the launch of Episode Heresy Act 3, the final act. And what content did it bring? Well,
Guardian down.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech. Your good-for-nothing ghost buddy can't crack that code. But I figured it out, thanks to a few friends in low places. Some graves. And Osiris gave me a few tips. Sounds like he's got experience. Weird dude. All we need is a few bloody stumps. Forwarding your first target, killer. Listen, I heard what you've been hearing on the Dreadnought. But I've seen more Eldritch nonsense in the last few days than all my years with the Taken. Whispers in the dark. From the deep, that ain't her. If Eris was still alive, we'd know. Let it die. Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech. Your good-for-nothing ghost buddy can't crack that code. But I figured it out, thanks to a few friends in low places. Some graves. And Osiris gave me a few tips. Sounds like he's got experience. You do.
Iron Banner. Show me a new legend. Opponent claimed Zone C. Captured Zone A. Opponent claimed Zone B. Zone C captured. 2 zones are yours. You're pulling ahead. Zone A lost. Zone B captured. You have the advantage. Press on. Zone B lost. Zone B captured. Zone advantage is yours. Zone C lost. Zone A captured. Zone advantage is yours. Captured Zone C. Everything is yours. Relish this time. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. 5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far. I'm calling it. Guardian, crush them. A stirring victory. There are days when even the Vanguard gets sloppy. Not like you. You have iron focus.
Hey, pick up. You're running with me on this hack job. You know how Hive computers work? Biotech. Your good-for-nothing ghost buddy can't crack that code.
think they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world. so tied up in our minds, we've lost our senses. What is reality? A person who thinks all the time has nothing to think about except thoughts. So, he loses touch with reality and lives in a world of illusions. By thoughts, I mean specifically chatter in the skull, perpetual and compulsive repetition of words, of reckoning and calculating. I'm not saying that thinking is bad. Like everything else, it's useful in moderation. A good servant, but a bad master. And all so-called civilized peoples have increasingly become crazy and self-destructive because through excessive thinking they have lost touch with reality. That's to say, we confuse science with the real world. of meditation. I'm not trying to put you down. It's an expression of you as you are. One must live. We need to survive.
We started over. Our new reality. Our new bodies. Our new memories. We started over. We'll get it right this time. Our new reality. Our new bodies. Our new bodies. Started
love you anymore.
inside my head. Even now, there's hope left. She said to me,
She said to me,
what's here for me. Let me see what's here. Did I bring my... Oh, I probably already deleted. No, it's... What does that do? Grants this weapon increased speed, framing down sights, accuracy. You know what this is, actually? This is actually probably a really good PvP role, to be honest with you. Like, if I was gonna go PvP with it... Here, let me check this thing. To this. He's simultaneously pleased by the triumph of his reasonable heir and disappointed by the defeat of his sister. Okay. That's actually kind of nice. Alright. Get a level. No. I can level it up when I get the chance. Alright. Spot. Oh yeah, it's arc, void, sword, arc. Yeah, these actually, arc. Okay. Void, some other shit. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Why? Why? What do you mean? What do you mean? Whoa. What is this? It's like, well, what do you mean I can't, like, find... What is this? What is going on here? Here. That is... I wouldn't let me do that.
By the relic of a brother's soul.
This is not necessarily what I want to rock, but...
I have him.
Are those things, though? Those whatchamacallits? Oh. It doesn't say that it's that bad, but... It feels really bad. Reload speed doesn't feel that bad. Oh shit.
I've been waiting for you. It's been so long. I knew just what I would do when I heard your sound. The next thing I felt was you holding me close. What am I gonna do? I let myself go. Nothing left to say, take my breath away, whispering your name. Tie me up in chains, no one puts it down like me. Strength within them, made me beg for more. Climbing up the walls, banging down the doors, knowing that you hear my scream. You are so cruel. You made me wanna go, all the things you do. You made me wanna go. Say, take my breath away, whispering your name. Tie me up in chains, no one puts it down like me. Strength within them, made me beg for more. Climbing up the walls, banging down the doors, knowing that you hear my scream. You are so cruel. You made me wanna go.
It is fluid, it is transient, it is changing. You are something the whole universe is doing in the same way that a wave is something that the whole ocean is doing. The way to become one with the universe is to trust it. That is to say, to be able to drift like a cloud, flow like water. Seeing that all life is a magnificent illusion, and there is absolutely